Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that.
Whoops, you didn't hear that commercial. It's kind of funny. Hi everyone, welcome. Ooh, hopefully my camera will focus today. So, we're here today and we are going to play the Fontaine Archon Quest. We're going to go through the whole thing, the whole quest line, quest series, Act 1, 2, 3, and 4, I think. I think there's 4 acts to it, and we're going to go through all of them. I'm guesstimating it's going to take about 6 to 7 hours, depending on dialogue and battles and things of that nature. So, yeah, let's get started. First, what I'm gonna do, let me go here. As you can see, I'm already in the game. I've been playing quite a bit off stream. I have been working on my characters a lot. Let me show y'all something. Let's see, let's go over here. Look at this, look at my Mora. Okay, I'm not as broke as I was yesterday. Yesterday, I only had 7,000. I'm AR 55 and I had 7,000 Mora. I have since recouped some Mora. I had to, I sold some of the Geo things I got, but I also got a bunch more because I was exploring in Shenyu Vale. But I sold a lot of that. And what did I spend all of that Mora on, you may ask? Well, that's a great question. I will show you. Let's see. I spent a lot of it. I spent some of it on Yanfei, leveling her up, and her weapon. Leveled that up. A little bit of her talents, not too much. Oh no. Some of her artifacts, but these are not... No, this is not right. Yeah. Hold on, something's not right. Some of these artifacts got switched. Where's her thing? Put that back on. Put that back on. No, you had this. What's that? You had this. Okay, everything else is right with you. So some of Yanfei's artifacts got switched. Let's see. You had this one. Put that back. You did not have this flower. You had this flower. Put that back. That's not right. You had this one. Yeah, okay, your artifacts are now back to normal. Okay, so anyways, upgraded her. I did a little bit of Diona. I think she was like 40 before, now I put her at 60. Upgraded a little bit of her bow, not too much, because I didn't have the materials. I didn't do anything with her artifacts or her talents, I don't think. Even though I really could do some of it. I'm gonna hold off on that because I don't want to be broke again. I don't think I did anything with Kazuha. Maybe refinement rank 3 for his Iron Sting. I don't think oh, and her. I did some work with Ningguang. Upgraded this weapon right here. I have Perception. She's max level 60 now. And I didn't do any of her talents, actually. Let's see, what's her reference? This one. But I did some work on her because I don't have a Geo character. So I was like, well, let me just level her up a little bit, see what we can do for funsies. Noelle, the only thing I did with her was this weapon here. As you can see, it's refinement rank 3. It's level 60. I made 3 of these. No, I would have had to make 4 of these. Anyways, I made a bunch of these like yesterday or the day before. And leveled it up. Did I do anything with you? I don't think I did. I don't think I did anything with this. I didn't do anything with you. I didn't do anything with you either. Yeah, I didn't do anything with these people. So, yeah, I did a lot of work on characters outside of the scope. And that's why that's how I depleted pretty much all of my Mora. Let's see. Oh, I'll show you some achievements I got today. I'm pretty proud of this one right here. Defeat 4 opponents with melt within 2 seconds. Flame. And oh, I got 100% of this one. Cool. Look at me. It's pretty. Is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else. Oh, there is. Defeat a special unofficial Guha clan disciple 3 times. Oh yeah. Here's a big Geo Lolchurl or whatever. Alright, where is it? I'm gonna use that one. That's cool looking. Okay. Let's go claim my expedition reward, and then we will be ready to go on the quest. Give me my prize.
Add Astra.
How much resin do I have? Hold on. I might need to use some resin here soon. Anyways, let me turn on the boba date so we can listen to that Fontaine music. Let me turn it up a little bit for you guys. To me, it sounds pretty quiet. Alright. Okay, that should be good. Oh, that actually might be just a touch too loud. Okay, yeah, that's better. So we want to go to Sumeru somewhere. Can you go? Here we go. Let's go to Sumeru City and let's get this quest started, gamers. Zarumi Island is still not finished, but I will worry about that another day. Maybe tomorrow. Whew. And then I still have to do a bunch of the event stuff. Ugh. I'm so far behind in the Genshin world. Alright, let me change my character lineup. It's not right.
The pleasure is all mine.
Sounds good to me.
And this is just like the stray character.
Let's finish this quickly.
It's so funny because, you know, you can have these other team setups, but I don't, like, do anything. 1, 2... Yo, staying up for this. Alright, Mighty. Yeah, I only ever use this team comp. Anyways, we're about to go start it right now. We have to go upstairs. Somehow, we have to get upstairs. I think it's this way. Yeah, but I want to pick these flowers real quick. Am I going the right way? I think so. Oh, do you guys know the, okay, I'm lost. Oh no, it's right here. Okay, I'm not lost. The, like, Nahida remix for the battle band event. The iridescent music tour. That Nahida remix was stuck in my head. Alright, I think it's up here. Wait, where is this? The night bird falls at the curtain calls. I don't even think I have enough to pull. I only have 5. I actually might be able to get one. I might be able to make enough for a pool because I only need 1 more. I did do a lot of work outside of stream with exploring and opening treasure. I didn't even know you could go this way. The music is getting tense. Did I know you could go this way? I don't think I did. Unless I climbed to the tree. I have 69 and 20 pity. Oh, you might be able to get it, yeah. Where does this lead? Where am I going? Am I going the right way? Oh, look at that! I've never been up here because there's a giant treasure chest right there.
Ah, what trinkets have we here? Present them for one's perusal.
Oh, here we go. We're eavesdropping. Classic.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Yes, sir.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Why does he have a British, almost Irish accent, and he's wearing Inazuma clothing?
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna?
Tatara.
That's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that?
No, I don't think so.
Everyone here is just going about their business.
Huh.
Maybe it really is just Paimon.
It is.
Because people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Yep.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
Did I already solve this mystery? Interlude Act 3.
But what if Teyvat is round?
Am I doing the right thing?
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
I don't think I'm doing the right quest.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and
I
your
don't think I'm in the
mysterious
right
silver-haired
quest.
companion.
I think
couldn't
I...
believe my luck.
So what, for the traveler? I hear
Hold
you've
on,
helped
let's
people
get
a
through their
great deal
dialogue.
and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking
It is?
about it and wanted to learn more.
Oh, okay.
I see.
The reason I'm wondering what happened is because they're talking about Tatarasuna, and I already did a big world quest in Tatarasuna with that furnace.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Maybe you think I'm
Let
gonna
me
read
give
this
you
whole
some
thing right
background.
here?
This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows.
Is it a cursed blade?
Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a Kabuki Mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabuki Mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing.
Mighty, I think you're
Then
right
a
because it
murder
said
happens?
interlude. Just then,
Seems kind
when
of
the-
fishy to Paimon.
Screen popped up.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
Oh, Paimon.
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Oh, it's a conspiracy.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
That's right!
Whoop!
What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically,
Oh!
Ishin is a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art.
I already have the
Something then
sword.
seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
Yeah.
Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
But wait, there's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human, but a puppet.
Oh! The Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with her the Balladeer, but what was he doing 400 years ago in
Aha!
Taratsuna?
Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
No, Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
Good job,
I
Paimon.
agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Well, I'm not reading this whole thing.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Boy, I'm not reading this. Abstract, the Tatarasuna area has always pillar. Raiden Gokaden? Wow, looks great. Don't care.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series.
Yeah, that AI dialogue seemed odd. I was
Just make stuff up.
like, what? I think it would make more sense once I get through the quest line. Sounds more like a novel.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sorry guys, false alarm. I went on the wrong quest line. Hold on, I'm adjusting my mic, so if you hear weird static.
So, that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the Balladeer, doesn't it? Okay, then, even if we did, after all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super. If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Oh, there he is!
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
There he is!
The Balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
No, I don't... Okay, so here's why I was cut off, or I was misled. Because on the map, it shows that big triangle, and that's what made me think it was an Archon Quest. But we want this one, which is over here. So, sorry about that, gamers. We'll come back to that one. Alright, this is now where our Archon Quest starts. The main Archon Quest.
Caravan Rebot. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here? Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
I was having a nice convo with the AI to see how they react, so you invited him to the chat room. Nuvoletti would never try to kill people. He's so nice. Good memory.
So much time has already passed since then. And it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge,
Those
right?
are pretty.
Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
I didn't like that comment.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Fontaine!
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
We do.
Oh,
Thanks for
it's
noticing.
Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business.
Yeah.
Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back.
She has such pretty eyes.
That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine. Excuse me?
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
That's right.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity.
Who just gave me the side
I'm
eye?
starting to
It
feel
was him,
sad just
right
thinking
here.
about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now,
Paimon.
where's that list Paimon made?
Is he like some kind of
I
Fontaine
see.
spy?
Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything.
Oh,
It's
Dia,
sad
don't
enough
be
to see you
sad.
go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
No, you can throw me a feast.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
That's why I was confused. Nuvoleti would never, but AI are wild, so... Chlorine went crazy. And she'll know from our dream.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Aww, bye, Dia.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Aw, she's so sad. I'll hate them didn't say bye to me. It should be like to Fontaine, right? You approach the border to Fontaine. Look at that! We're here! I guess I have to go get on the boat for the quest. For the immersion. Bonk. Oh.
Yeah, skyward.
Look at those turtles. Or they're probably tortoises. Oh, sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, it's gonna make me... Oh my god, it's gonna make me do my own boat. That part of the quest broke for me and I fell under the mat. Okay. Oh Oh shoot, there's a thing right there.
Yeah, scatter! Skyward!
You telling me I have to check all these boats now for those things? I love this smooth jazz. It's so good. Alright, I'm here now. Now what?
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port!
Very
Wow.
pretty.
Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
It's even more impressive than I expected.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Let's start by meeting the Hydro Archon.
Yeah, Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
And also to find the truth.
Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality.
Whatever that means.
To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
You mean eavesdrop?
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Look, it's Lynette!
Hi. We're travelers, new to
I put the
Fontaine.
link in the...
And we had something
okay.
we wanted to ask, but you seemed to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
A case?
Really? Like a real trial?
Oh, look.
But the way
It's
you were
Linny's
talking about
thing.
it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
I don't know about
But it
that.
looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
So they see these trials as sort of an opera? Huh.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette.
Yes,
As well as the
Neuvillette.
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a
Jesus.
machine created by the Archon.
I don't know how to
Between
say
the
all of
machine
that.
and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
A judgment device created by the Archon?
Pure trees? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
We have to commit a crime.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Oh, that too.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Make an appointment. Time slots.
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Our
Perhaps you could
mascot.
even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, Reina.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Nouvelette.
Nouvelette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
They don't.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House.
Yeah, it seems like they're more worried about the,
Who knows how long making an appointment will take?
Monsieur Nouvelette.
Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime.
Nouvelette. Or Trees Mechan...
What are you
Mechanic...
looking over there
No,
for?
I can't even say it right. I have to hear it again to try to pronounce it correctly. There's a girl over there. It's Lynette.
Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
She's like, Paimon. No, she's not. But we do need to go check on her. Prelude of Blanchard. Lynette, don't jump. You have so much to live for.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just
That's
reminiscing
deep.
about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He
Okay.
would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea.
So how is
But
it filled
now,
with water
The
now?
water is gradually swallowing our memories.
That's deep.
It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
Ah, I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to
Hello?
reminisce about our childhood, that's all.
Corals?
There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Huh, very perceptive.
Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
This nation had a lot
were
of
just
French
talking
names
with
and
your
gibberish.
sister.
Weird, not real French names.
Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see.
He has pretty
It's
eyes.
unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
There's hardly anything left for me to say with you around.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
The side eye.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Because Father is gonna eat them.
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
He has a very intricate hat. Look at the detail.
Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hello. Why does this seem so weird and awkward right now?
And hello, Paimon.
A little pat on the back.
Paimon, get a handshake! You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
That doesn't sound very promising.
Right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Doesn't he sound suspicious? Am I arrested already? Lenny is good bow user, not my playstyle. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah. I haven't really found a reason to use a bow player. I guess I have to walk, huh? Oh, here we go. Hi, Vindicator, welcome!
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
This is interesting. How'd they know I was here? Oh. Oh. Uh-oh.
Huh. So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Yeah.
As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
It seems odd. Yay!
Is she talking about us?
Nobody here seems to be holding a glass.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless.
With her chagrin.
No, I have come to receive you personally.
Sounds like a
Fear
threat.
is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority.
Oh my goodness.
Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
She
I,
sounds so
Thosala,
arrogant.
hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, You may rejoice in this.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding.
Oh my god.
Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
Oh. People like her? Do we just listen to her? Her tone, everything she's saying and her tone is so obnoxious right now. Did you hear? You inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and excellent. I don't like her shorts. Hello, vending machine. My brother in flesh. This is crazy. Okay, alright, let's listen.
You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my
Oh,
finger
see, I
and
knew
to
he
know
was
everything about you.
a little stalker.
Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Feels like she can't get over herself.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Come on, let's just pretend. Let's just humor her.
Oh, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see
Duel?
her.
No, there's no duel.
I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
What's wrong with her shorts?
You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler
Why?
from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Bring it on! How can you want to duel me, but then send all your guards? Oh, it's all a show. I think she's a little,
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
I
What are
fought...
you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
I fought Raiden.
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Farina's scared. She doesn't want to fight me.
Right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Aranias, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. You're getting a bit old.
Are you calling me a criminal?
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
This is all a show.
All right. Now that'll
Yeah,
be worth
how
seeing.
is this the land of justice when
Right.
she's just
This
putting
is
on it?
Fontaine, after all. It's such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? seems you've spent a little too much time in the Opera House. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We haven't committed any crimes.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine City limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina.
You don't even know because it's a stupid law.
Fontaine like she does.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Precisely. Now,
Precisely.
if you have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
If you have no objections.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
That's right, Linny. Tell her.
You tell her, Linny.
Yeah.
Finally, someone who's not crazy.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm on a flying object.
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen.
She said that with such
I'll
disdain.
permit you to object. But how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Is she on a leash now?
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Linny do that?
Ah, when Linny patted you on the back. Was this all a setup? Was I supposed to meet them? What is happening?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Paimon's a balloon.
You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
I feel like I've just entered like an odd world. Crazy girl laugh.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance.
Why did she say it like that?
House, Mr. Linny and
Gods
Miss
of other
Lynette.
lands.
That's enough for now. Toodaloo.
I feel like that whole thing had to be some kind of setup. In Fontaine, every action is 20 minutes ahead of you. They got bigger brains.
She's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Yeah, did you know what was going to happen?
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy.
Are you lying, Linny?
So, Now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Is she really that reasonable?
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious
I
stage
saw the
in
poster.
Fontaine, the Opera House.
Look at the...
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
Of course.
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
I would be delighted.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Is there any way I can help?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer.
Oh, thank you.
This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
It's a bag. What are you talking about?
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the Nation of Justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved.
Okay.
Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned.
Okay.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon.
Climate change.
But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them.
Karina would love this performance.
These magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things.
That's right, Linny.
Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Okay, Linny, you got it. Anything for you, buddy. Over here.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
That's right.
Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Well, that was easy. Okay, distribute the magic pockets.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another
Oh,
story.
look at that. That's kind of
The
cool.
story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But
Okay.
as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
We're going home.
We hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
We'll see how you feel when you're, like, drowning, though. Okay, one more person. Chaos. Hello. Hope you're doing well. I am. We just started this Archon Quest. We're giving people magic pockets.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything.
That's true.
Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
You
Until you're
should
homeless.
still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Kinda want Dia. My message got modded. Uh-oh. Let me see. Oh. Yeah. I imagine this quest, doing all of the parts, would be about 7 hours. It's usually how long they are.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
No kidding.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Why are you so nice,
Anything else
Lenny?
you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
I probably have a bunch of those already. I have a lot of deleted comments. YouTube isn't happy. I might get shadow banned. Mighty, why are you being bad? Oh, it's gonna make me pick them again. Hold on. Those flowers?
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
Yeah, I already knew that though. Oh, there's one right there. Let me get that too. I know, but I just want to collect them all. I want to try to stay as long as I can, but I don't know if my body will let me. If you need to go to sleep, go to sleep. Take a nap. Or drink Prime. Don't worry about Don't worry about the fact that Prime is getting sued, okay? That's not important.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today.
That's right.
Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we...
I forgot what words were banned. You said 12. Shame on you.
Tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Uh-oh, who's sneaking up? Oh. I don't drink Gatorade.
Wait,
or energy drinks, not even coffee or
cola. Have you noticed
cola.
that person over there? The young girl.
I also don't drink those things. Although sometimes I do drink soda.
Anything?
But very, very rarely.
She's obviously a thief.
Oh.
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
That's a little pickpocket.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up.
Alright,
You
let's
two
just
can
go
ride the
stab
lift
her.
over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
All this week I've had 10-hour shifts. Leave it to me.
All right, let's go.
Oh, that sucks. But sometimes, you know, it is what it is. Alright, go to the top of the lift to cut off the thief's escape. Oh, wrong button. Sorry. No rest for their weary or wicked? Wicked? Wow, I can't pronounce words right today. Well, hopefully you have the weekend off and you can sleep. Get her. Oh my god, how long is this elevator? Goodness gracious. You work tomorrow? You need a break. Hey, there's a thing I already touched. I have to go higher? Here we go.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Get ready.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her?
Our job is to block this path.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away.
You wait, but there's no sign of the thief.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Go. Hey, excuse you. You just like... Oh. Wasn't there... Lenny! What happened? Oh, he's over here.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier.
Oh, looks like he got his stuff back.
Anyway, I should be...
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
What a good sister.
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
Did you let her
want
go
to play
on
at being a
purpose?
hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette.
She just rolled her eyes at him.
I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
Indeed, we should. Ride the aqua bus to the court of Fontaine. Man, too bad I can't just teleport to the court of Fontaine. Imagine how convenient that would be. His ankle seems to be fine.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
Like us!
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much.
Oh.
Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
I'm coming back later. See ya. Alright, Mighty. See you later. Is this girl trying to steal from me? Who is this? Oh, what's her name? Charlotte? With her camera?
Oh, excuse me. Aren't you the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
I
I'm
love
Charlotte,
this
a
background
reporter for
music.
the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Teyvat?
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
Oh, I've been there.
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day! Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some favor?
So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on?
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics.
I didn't read the
For
aquas
example,
to the end.
reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
Wow, that sounds like common videos you find on TikTok now, doesn't it?
That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country.
I started seeing
These smaller
treasure
stories
and
are
jumped
wasting
out,
my
yeah.
talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
Oh, that's not
That's
good.
right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen.
Her camera looks like a
First,
face.
with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird. Oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's what that means, yes.
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period
Glad
of
I
time,
wasn't the only one who
another
thought
girl
that.
disappears.
What the cases
The
haven't
camera
caught
face?
is
I
that
mean,
the
yeah,
girls
it's
are
clearly
all
got
the
like a hat
similar
on
age,
it right
and
there.
that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
There must be more than one criminal at work.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation.
Lenny, you are just so nice.
I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
You continue talking on the aqua bus, and before you know it, you are arriving at your destination. Lenny is so personable and social. Oh, love that riff. It's nice. Very classical violin.
Hey,
Love it.
there, look!
Actually, it would be like more like this for me. The violin. I just saw you have a redeem for cat ears. Haha, I won't do it now though. Oh yeah. The cat ears are over there. I mean, I have to do the cat ears, you know, it's Twitch, it's the internet, you know. I need a haircut. My hair is too long.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this. Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly. I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late. Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya! Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
Handsome face, and even has a bow tie.
Tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first?
Oh,
Besides,
yeah.
I still have all the materials we collected.
Lenny, we just
I
met.
wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
You might fall asleep at some point. I understand chaos. Sleep is important. I love sleep. When I was younger, I didn't take naps at all. I just didn't. Well, also when I was younger, I went to bed at 9 and I woke up. I had a decent time. I got lots of sleep at night. Nowadays, I stay up late, so I have to nap during the day. Wow, it's Fontaine! Oh, I never noticed that right there. The pelican thing. Okay. I'm surprised at how clean this city is, honestly. Court of Fontaine. The city of reigns and remembers. Go to where Lenny is. He's over here. Back in the day, main cities like this used to be very, very unsanitary. Look, it's Oliver Twist. Please, sir, can I have some more? Did he say that? I love
This
naps.
is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home.
Oh,
Where
Fremine.
did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
The plague.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Aw, he's nervous.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny sure seems to have a big family. I like his eyes too.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Uh-oh, Linny's in trouble.
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Fremine sounds like lemonade. Like lemonade. It's alright, you go ahead.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
No.
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, housework.
Before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
Oh, thank you, Fremine.
That's our Fremine. Always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
May have some bread. What kind of bread? That guy running.
Looks like rain.
Oh, thank you, Lynette.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
Is our Hydro Dragon
I'm
sad?
afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Look at those banners. They're Nivu.
When I was a child,
I forgot how to say his
my
name
mother
already.
told me that if I wanted to go
Nivelette.
outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs.
Rain,
Hydro
rain, go
Dragon.
away!
Hydro Dragon,
Oh.
don't cry.
Could the Hydro Dragon be the elemental dragon of Fontaine? I mean, I would say so, you know.
If
I've
it's an
been saying.
elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something.
Yeah, and
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
it didn't work.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met.
Ah,
the Hydro
but you
Dragon.
had.
Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
After some time, the rain stops. She has an epic
It rained for
bow.
longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Sounds good. See you at the performance.
Are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted.
Oh, look.
And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This'll be a walk in the park for us.
Yeah, Paimon talks all the time. Alright, so we have to go take these materials over there from Renee. Hey guys, you want to see something cool? Look at this. I have from Renee. He's right here. I was wondering how to pronounce that name. Oh, look, he's got his helmet on. Oh, he's sad. Anyways. Let's continue on. I'm just gonna...
Skyward! Scatter!
This game thinks I would just walk down the stairs. Oh, I've been here before. I bought blueprints from this place.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
No, we're busy.
No, we're just
Estelle.
here to deliver
That's a
some
pretty name.
materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Wow. So, is Lenny actually loaded?
He's a famous
I
performer.
can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey, is this machine what you use to make stuff here?
Unless the
really
Fatui is making the Fontaine flood
Why
on
use your
purpose.
hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
The water,
Oh,
Paimon!
well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How
Oh.
can trials produce energy?
Oh, you absorb the crowd's reaction or something?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests
Oh my
people's
God.
belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
That...
So that's what its
Ortrice
other function
Maca...
is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Venti and Nahida both said...
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Oh, so that's why
You
she
know,
makes
I've
a
never heard
spectacle.
anyone really put it that way before. It sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't
Pneumosia.
produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking,
Why do you sound like
I'm
a
sure
bully?
you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
Are you trying to hit on
You
her?
again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month?
It's
I
a
want
gang.
50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
That's unreasonable.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
You're right.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect
Hey,
debts,
child.
you settle your own debts first.
My
If
debt?
Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
Oh, he's not talking to me.
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month.
Oh,
Why
okay,
are
I
you
see where this
hounding
is
me
going.
now?
Yeah, very similar.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think
We
I'd
are
run
not
into you here in
friends.
Fontaine.
We are not
What are
friends.
the chances?
Didn't you attack me?
Surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Didn't he attack us? Isn't there a whole boss domain? Why is he acting friendly? Did I miss something?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today.
No.
Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
I think, I don't mind.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
No.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
Maybe
Listen
you should
to
just
me,
run away.
Boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Who's Tusser?
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see
Who are those
to pay
people
up
he just
now.
mentioned?
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Okay, sure.
I'm unsure this won't take long.
Alright. Beat him up, child. Do I get to play him as a trial character?
Riptide! Bring it on! Who's
Oh, yeah. I like his ability.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Is he a 5-star character? Yeah, I think he is. Talk to child.
Oh, what's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it?
He does have pretty eyes, though. Even though...
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird.
What just happened?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
And it's a hydro vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Is it because you're a bad boy?
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques.
Seeming naturally.
I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
What is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
So it must be that.
A whale?
The boss whale.
Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
Master
But it's
Skirk.
been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Well, just come with us. I can help you find some abyss places.
It sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
And no, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist.
Such a silly way.
The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell,
That
no
is
one
such
has
a-
ever been officially sentenced to death.
I don't want to say barbaric
So really, the only people
justice
who opt to duel
system,
are those
but
who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
it's daytime now. You talk
Apparently,
to
the
me
one
all
I'm meeting
night.
today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Basically, you got on her
Well,
nerves.
that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Is it your vision?
Your vision?
Warmonger.
He's giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
It's a setup.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Oh, I didn't think it was that, but
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
I mean, I wouldn't think it was that, but
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much
Sorry, I
to
had a
do
big
for
yawn.
now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
no, I've already seen the city. Under Paimon's enthusiastic leadership, you walk all around the court of Fontaine.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Don't blurt it out.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
Never thought I'd see the day when you would enjoy
The
reading.
whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
I'm good. You heard.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's on.
We should,
I
Paimon.
said that the Opera House is on Areneas, so let's go ride the Opera.
Go to the Fontaine Plaza in front of the Opera House. Oh my god, that's so easy because I can just teleport. I don't have to take an aqua bus. I don't have to swim. You think I need to swim?
Skyward! Scatter!
It's such a pretty view. Look how cool that is. Anyways.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera at Eclairs. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Aww.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
That's creepy. What's happening?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon!
Vache.
When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard.
Did you guys
In
implant
fact,
a chip in my brain?
You might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
Oh, Paimon.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
That's an interesting...
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Remember some
Rather than
streams
worrying
ago
about
you said they
them,
didn't
I
really
should worry
kill
about my
anybody
brother
here?
first.
Is that foreshadowing? Are you telling me someone gets killed?
Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Like on Genshin, per se? Are you about to tell me people die? Hold on, let me turn in some of my... Oh. Oh no, I had... Wait. Oh, I had the electro ones. Oh. Enter. Oh no, I'm not foreshadowing. Haha. Feel like you're not telling me the truth here. Alright, here we go. The opera epicless. Just hold on to that thought as you progress in Fontaine. Alright, alright. I won't say nothing. I never spoil. Alright, alright. Here we go.
Ah,
Smells like a
Traveler and
library.
Paimon,
What is
good
this?
to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets.
Oh, thank you, Winnie. Her little cat ears. How come she
The
has
opera
cat
house
ears and he
assigned
doesn't?
seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Linny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
Okay. Go to the seats Linny arranged for you. Oh. Oh. Oh, look at this. The best seats would be over there, but that's probably where nobles sit. Rich people sit up in those box seats.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Paimon.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still, it's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
It's not awkward at all to say it. You don't have to say anything. It's okay.
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
It is.
So you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears.
Is
Paimon
it-
thought she was keeping her voice down.
Paimon, there's an echo.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk. But what should we talk about? Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Aw, so pleasant.
So you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more.
Look how fancy he's sitting. Oh, that's my man right there.
Paimon nearly forgot to make our introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have
I
heard
love
of your
his
deeds
voice.
across Teyvat.
They
And
picked
as
a
required
perfect
by
voice
proper
actor for
etiquette,
him.
I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Oh my god, isn't he just amazing?
Wait, Neuvillette? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Neuvillette is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Interesting.
Ooh,
So why is he sitting
sorry
down
for
here?
being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
It is.
No offense taken.
Listen to him.
Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
I love how he just called her out. He's like, please pay attention to that drama queen. Please pay attention to her.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the
Oh,
Hydro
it's her.
Icon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
He's like, all right, we saw her. She saw us see her. We're good now. Okay, everybody, let's just enjoy the show.
Huh?
So humble.
So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
This Archon Quest will turn everything on your head. All right, I'm ready.
Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Oh, why didn't we clap?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, there we go. Now we're clapping. Now we're clapping.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
I doubt it.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Ooh, okay.
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh?
These cards.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This
I'm
one's
glowing.
a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
He thinks he is Houdini or something. Interesting. How did he do it?
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't seem to do anything.
Was it?
Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
What a
If
show.
he could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Oh, thank you.
That's right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
Is he gonna pick
Please,
me?
If my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
One is here, the other is over there.
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects
Random.
numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin.
Oh, it's me.
Let me see.
Oh, row 7?
Row 7, seat 3. Congratulations!
The thief!
You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
Is that the thief?
I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me.
60, 59, 58.
That's right, perfect. Keep it going.
54, 53, 52. Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is.
I'm counting
Merely
in my
a
head.
consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 38.
Whoa!
Mr. Lenny, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic.
Hello, Derek.
It would
Welcome.
be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
Oh.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23. What's wrong, Mr. Lenny? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
Ah, this is building
No,
the
that's
suspense.
unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18,
Hurt the hands. Ah!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
Okay.
10! Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7.
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5, 4, 3.
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
Excited Farina is though. Was that supposed to happen?
What happened?
Oh, I don't think that was supposed to happen. Oh. Oh.
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Oh, love it when he takes command.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two.
And
We'll get to
here
the
we
bottom of this
go.
soon enough.
Oh. The guards complete their investigation. Okay.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not?
Did she not?
One of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
But isn't it bold-faced?
Can't be right. How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice.
It could have been a setup.
On the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
He's a suspect at
Save
most.
discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Ooh.
I just think that I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
Uh-oh.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
Farina's not gonna deliver justice.
And murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
Admiring audience member.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first
Alright, good night,
time.
Chaos. I trust Linny.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
Is she trying to absolve Linny right now?
But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome.
I feel like Farina and Nivoulette don't get along.
There must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, A trial is in order.
God, he's a beautiful voice.
Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for
dramatic.
I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Yes, I am.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
That's the evil laugh right there.
Looking forward to hearing it.
Everyone is dismissed and the audience begin to leave along with Farina and Nivulette.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course!
Yeah.
I wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
It's hard to say.
I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to grasp the situation.
And I did
I'm
only
sure
meet you
everyone sees me
today.
as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Oh, that's good. I like your glasses, Paimon.
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that.
Yeah, we have no
We'll be counting
experience
on
though, so.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'm used to this sort of thing.
Just leave it to us.
We'll figure it out.
Since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
Yeah,
I
you're on trial
suppose
for
you're right.
murder.
The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it.
Yeah.
We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Alright, let's go. We have a murder to solve. Holy crap. There's a guy actually dead.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see.
Come with me, and
The
you'll
deceased
see.
is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was hardworking and everyone generally
Oh, look,
liked
they
him.
have the line on the
The
ground.
assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
But why?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
That's speculation, sir.
He doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
We're his lawyers.
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward.
Hey, I didn't ask
anyway,
you that.
You may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Okay, you can use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation. So this is, what's that attorney game? You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record. Alright. They did have a problem with prop before the games, or before the show started. There's something... Oh. Oh, I didn't want to talk to you. Sorry. Get back down.
Have a look around.
I didn't want to actually talk to you. Examine. Oh, well, duh. It's full of water and, you know, there's a thing called gravity. Alright, let's talk to you. Maurice!
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Interesting.
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us
I don't need
know.
to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Were they turning back into water spirits or something? Okay. Where else? The rope got burnt.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
It could have been pre-cut. What does it look like?
Whoa, There's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait,
someone wanted it to
why don't
burn.
you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Yeah, okay.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Didn't ask for your opinion.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
Makes sense.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
And no one's noticed
I'm sure
that?
you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
Not really. Magicians don't pay attention to that type of stuff.
Linny reserved our seats for us too.
No, it doesn't check
You see
out
why I
Paimon.
was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write
No,
it down.
it doesn't make sense that he would know who's there. That's not his job to manage ticket sales. No, you're wrong. Alright, let's go look for these clues. Examine magic box. How did he do it? There's probably a trapdoor down there. Oh. Who are you?
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads,
We don't have too many
then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident
We
has
have a
happened,
lore person
the
here.
thud has become an important clue. I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank or something like that.
No.
When the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
No.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
Yeah, you must.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Okay, strange sound. Got it. That was probably him coming in the back door of that thing. Alright, we have one more clue. Somewhere. Oh, you.
Linny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be assigned to Linny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be...
I guess I can't talk to you then. So where is this? Upstairs? Why does it... Do I leave? Ah, I can. Okay.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Is she part of the Mafia? What is this?
You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
No.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
I love the sparkle in your eyes. Best
Those
girl
who play
alert.
by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
It's the Mafia, Paimon. Come on now.
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Navia.
Okay.
Very regal
if you say
sounding.
so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally.
Naturally.
My unparalleled intuition.
Everyone here is so... I don't know. Never mind.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
That's a good call.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me.
I love her outfit.
In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
No.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a...
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, think that the Traveler's response was most excellent.
Yes, yes.
No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact.
Yes.
And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Okay.
Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I love his sunglasses.
I have nothing to add.
Alrighty then.
I love their voices, the assistant voices.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
Alright, Navia! She actually seems really cool as a character. I've seen people play her, she's pretty overpowered. Alright, hold on guys. I have to take a quick bathroom break here. We'll all stare at Navia and her beauty, okay? How about that? There we go. There you go, everybody. Wait, let me get one. Alright, there you go. And to look at this. I'll be right back. Best girl alert. I'm also gonna get more water. Alright, I came back. I got more beverage. Okay, let's exit out of this. I'm gonna put my other headphones on. Best. I'm still missing a clue though. Nadia is definitely the mob. She's the Fontaine mob. Change my mind. Alright, let's go. Navi, I just want you to know you're beautiful. Alright. The last clue has to be... Wait, what am I saying? You.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and... Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
But you can't confirm.
Be so sure,
Exactly.
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post. and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Okay, she has hair like
We've checked everything
Mako
with you here
from
at the
Kill la
performance
Kill.
venue.
Has?
My mom wonders
Oh,
how
excuse
Lenny's
me.
discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
We're his
It's gonna be
attorneys.
interesting,
We need
huh?
to be present if he's being questioned.
Understood.
He has the
Then
right
I
to
will be
remain
going with you.
silent.
Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
She's not impressed.
You've arrived.
Oh, Navia's with me now.
Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Yeah, she's definitely mob.
Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
Not right now.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
You know,
What's different
I knew
about
that
it?
had to
I
be
might
it,
didn't notice
how
anything.
it had a wall.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row.
A wall.
The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put two and two
Yeah,
together,
see where that line
what
is?
do you
That's where
get?
the wall is. There's another box.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Yep, I knew it. I knew it.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
Oh, isn't that what I said?
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The two magic boxes are positioned right above the two entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time!
It's like a
And you
recorder.
even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, Interesting.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's
Well,
my favorite
nah.
part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked.
That's how you did it.
Wow. Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
So something happened down here.
How that happened.
Because they were both
If not for
up
that
on
interlude,
stage.
this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into
I
thin air.
hope I'm not getting poison ivy on my face again.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Oh my gosh, I got so many notes. This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. Something happened down here.
Huh. What's this?
It broke.
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
We have to take a picture of it. It's evidenced. Oh, wrong. Oh, this could have been some of the loud crashing. There was
The
a
floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
signs of a struggle.
Why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Side eye. Broken flower vase. To me, that shows signs of a struggle. Because look, like all this stuff is, yeah.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping
What happened to her glasses?
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Young lady's clothes. Clothes belong to Halsey. The lady who went missing were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Are you winning? I think so. I'm investigating a murder. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. You think she... Oh! She changed clothes and went out the vent, that little troll. I'm surprised the police didn't come down here first, to be honest. She went through this gosh darn vent.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit.
Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the mat.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
What happened to her glasses? I want the swirly lines back on her glasses. Return to the surface.
Just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
I think she did something down here to run away. That, or my assistant tried to kidnap. No, because then why wouldn't she just come out? Well, whatever. For some reason, she definitely put up a fight here, changed clothes, and ran out that vent. Why did she do that? I don't know. Let's get out of here. Oh, I meant return. Because it doesn't...
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Unless she killed him for revenge and then ran away.
Mademoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
But it does.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
No, it's all circumstantial.
And then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Don't you ever slander
Once both sides
my
have finished
Nuvillette.
speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Yeah, this guy.
Whoa, there's no need for that. Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Yeah, that's important.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too.
Ooh, Navia taking me
What
out.
better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply
Of
make
course
some.
there will be snacks. How dare you?
Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
We must have snacks. This is very important.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Love this guy, Silver. You're the man.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
How did he carry that?
They are quite the interesting group.
It's like Capsule Core from Dragon Ball Z. Just go poof. Oh, I'm impressed.
While it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
These macaroons look
When
good.
you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
Must be her hobby.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Very important, very important.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
I was a
3?
She put faces on him.
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea
They're
is
pretty
ready to
big
be
too.
served
Macaroons
as
are
well.
usually small, I think.
This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Thank you.
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
I was applauding. I was giving encouraging
All right, then.
smiles.
Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly. Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
And they were really on stage most of the time, so it doesn't make sense.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel.
That's what I said.
Resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
Her clothes weren't ripped up though, so unless he knocked her out, which doesn't make sense, it seems unlikely.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
But she had no... Well... She normally never went to magic shows. This was the first one she ever went to. So maybe she went on purpose. Maybe the fight was between her and Cowl downstage and she shoved Cowl into the box.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell
Angel,
great.
hello,
They're
welcome.
nice and crisp and super sweet.
They are my specialty, after all.
I've never had a
And
macaron,
I
guys.
see you've already had 5 of them.
But those look good. They look like
What?
ice cream sandwiches.
Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3. Honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count.
Paimon knows how to count.
Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
Everyone knows.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All
I don't
right, we
think
get it.
so.
Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Maloose, set up the stove again if you would.
Oh my god, Silver.
What are you doing?
He's so awesome. I love
Making
him.
sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Paimon said, "You guys didn't do anything," and he's like, "I was clapping. I was applauding."
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again.
I want to get some bows for
It
my
would be
hair.
awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thanks for your
I
help.
also love her name, Navia. That's a nice name.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
I was giving encouraging smiles the whole time.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial.
Alright, we have to wait until 8 the
It's
next
probably
day.
gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare.
Alright, wait, I have an achievement? Hold on, what did I get? Investigate the incident, hear about the prophecy. I see, okay, any other achievements? No. Would that say 8?
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made
Participate
new.
in the trial. Oh my goodness. Oratrice Macani de Annalise Cardinal. I butchered that so bad. And I'm sure I said that with my southern accent a little bit too. You did Wanderer Quest? No, I accidentally started doing it and then I stopped.
The whole situation is so confusing.
Alright, let's take things step by step.
Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Oh my goodness! Oh, did I just get a follow? Hold on. You just scared me. Thank you so much. I'll just call you Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Not good.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
Oh god, I hate the way
That's
she
to be
talks.
expected, of course.
But I
The
like it
guilty
because it's
can
funny.
never produce proof of their innocence.
But it's
Don't
so
let that stop
arrogant
you.
and condescending.
I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Jumped over from YouTube. Yeah, get those drops. Try not doing it then through Fontaine. Let me see if the story changes. Are you talking about in the Wanderer quest? Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
Oh, yes.
Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Everyone in the audience is
Thank you,
stunned.
Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, oh.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
What report did you
That is
read?
simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Hey, I'm your attorney. Be quiet.
Is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
What?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Lenny not know about that sound?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
Oh man, we're about to...
Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Uh-oh.
The House of the Hearth?
There, Fatui?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
I don't think it was an accident, but I don't think it was them.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
Uh-oh, I'm thinking. Brain blast.
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted?
Oh, she's happy.
Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
She's so self-absorbed.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Aw, sad. There must be some scheme at work here. Uh-oh. We're not trusting him anymore.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Oh!
I knew it.
Excited audience
Well,
member.
That's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
Shush.
What do we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
Impatient.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
It's lunch, everybody.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Oh my god, she has the crazy girl laugh, guys. Alright, while court is adjourned, you meet with Linny and Lynette backstage in the Opera House. Oh. I'm grumpy to them.
This is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
Well, of course she would.
I'm sorry, Traveler and Pi.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys.
How could we act so friendly with Child and then
Set the
scold
wrong
them?
tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Vitui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset.
I literally fought a boss battle with Child. And then somehow, between that and Leeway, and a little bit earlier in this quest, we're like best friends. Like, oh, Child, what are you doing here? Oh, Traveler, hey, here, hold my vision for me. I'll be back for it. And now we're like, oh, how could you guys be Fatui? Like, Child, he's one of the Harbingers or whatever, right? He's like one of the main 7 people. Or however many there are. What is... Okay. Alright, I had to get that out. I'm done
But
now.
our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Yeah.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face.
13. They are 13.
I knew if it weren't for our respective identities,
There are
we could
13.
become good
Okay.
friends. That's why I didn't wish to
Well,
flat
didn't
out
I
lie
kill
to you,
one?
but chose to hide some details
Didn't I
instead.
kill Senora? Isn't she
The
dead?
truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know this isn't all just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Isn't
I am
House
no
of the
criminal.
Hearth at like an orphanage,
At least,
actually?
Not in this case.
Not this time.
Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Child Quest humanize him. But he's morally gray. Yeah. I suppose. It definitely seemed, if I remember correctly, that he was simping for Senora Ahard.
Well,
or somebody.
Nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
What did the voice say?
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you.
This is why you have to tell your lawyer everything.
It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Why is Lynette a cat girl and her brother is not a cat boy?
I will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, give me my hearts. Give me my friendship points.
The problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
I hope so, because I don't know. Alright. Continue taking part in the trial. Which is over there. Alright, we're gonna... He turns into a cat when he ults. Oh. Oh yeah, that cat in his hat. Right? The brief adjournment ends and the nail-biting trial reconvenes.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
Yes.
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that
It's how
scene
she
from
talks.
Linny's perspective.
Oh no, it's like that court game. Objection! Based on the opposition account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statements. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of facts and replace them with new inferences. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The Oratrice will display such shifts clearly. This feature was cool. Oh, God. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth. Alright, we're playing that court game.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Okay.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
I like the image.
He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
If he was there, he would have heard it.
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
There's no way he could have done all of that in 60 seconds.
At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box.
There's no way all of that would have happened in 75 seconds. No way.
Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
This is all wrong.
That's the truth behind
Man's
what
yeeted
happened.
him. Yeah. Like, alright.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description
Yeah,
of the
this
events?
is dumb.
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
Thanks for the hint. Alright, so... he entered the tunnel as the countdown began? I don't feel like there's a loophole there. Because he did do that. Let's see what... Alright, there's definitely a loophole here. Linny's statement. Linny claims that he headed to the chamber containing...
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Linny knocked Halsey out using the vase and removed her clothes to prevent her from being identified. However, was Linny... Does it... If I pick the wrong thing, does it tell me if I picked the wrong thing or not? I feel like this one is
Linny
next.
went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Oh, that's a good picture. That's a good picture, too. Okay, so... He heard some voice. Is that this? Oh, okay. It will tell me no, that's not right. Okay. So what's this one? It has to be this.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention!
Wait, I wasn't done!
Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time.
You'll only need to refute 3 claims during these sections. Okay.
Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Oh, okay. Alright, we're balanced.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that!
Oh, look, her cheeks are so red.
Awesome!
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
That's right, Paimon.
They have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine.
You're...
They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
I love the lawyer game vibes. Do you happen to remember?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
It doesn't matter what I say. Choose? Oh.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent.
Good job,
The
Paimon.
same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
I love it, Paimon.
Well played.
To think you'd use such
Oh!
logic.
So anime right now.
Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The murderer was... Select the gear. Select, okay. Alright, logic chain. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope. If Lenny is no longer, only the other members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the rope, the props. Lenny gave a detailed account how it's supposed to work. Who was the only person who could possibly have committed the crime? What is this?
Could there have been a third person involved?
No, it was him.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Does that mean it's right? Oh, it says hypothesis correct. But why would he want to kill himself?
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How
Is that so?
interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
How can we envision, or whatever that word is, let's see, to enter... Okay, how can we something Lenny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lenny as well. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the
How can we,
equipment.
Lenny, as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Okay, his plan... I just want to...
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
Okay. So... It's this...
It would have
this...
been tough for both people to fit.
This...
No one entered or left the...
This... And...
Halsey's clothing was in the...
This. Oh, dang it! Oh, does it have to be in order? Okay. So... Lenny is right.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrance. The sound we heard may have come from a clap.
This...
Halsey's
I
clothing
think...
was in...
This, and then...
No one entered or left the opera...
Oh, two are wrong.
The deceased's name is Cowell. It would have been tough for both people to fit into...
How is that one? Is she making the thing anyways, even though I got it wrong? I was picking that one! Uh-oh, what is that?
Traveler? Are you still
Hydrate.
having trouble figuring things out?
I got it, I got it. Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I
Hello,
thought you
La
had
Paz.
something to show for it.
Shh, we're in a
But
trial,
it
sorry.
seems you're still far from the truth.
Did I mess up the dialogue?
Since we're at a dead end, why not, just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Are these disappearance people turning into water?
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the The deceased's name is Cowell.
Ah.
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Alright, I'm doing well. It's gotta be this. Oh, I didn't have that clue before. Maybe that probably was scripted. I was supposed to get it wrong.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense.
It's
Since
like-
Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him.
Ah.
But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
Right. In this magical world, how can you just turn into
Do
water?
come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney.
Thank you.
Since
Thank
the trial
you.
does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
Yes.
Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
After some time, a
We
guard.
are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared
You
with
see them
everyone
boots
post-haste.
cross? Woo!
We discovered several test tubes of
Them
fluid within
boots.
Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
Mm.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Oh.
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
Oh.
The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of
That's
test subject.
speculation. That's
As such, we
speculation. You
believe
can't do
that.
that.
The defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
It's the...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Oh, yeah.
Mademoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these
Look
clues.
at that cane, so majestic.
Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
He doesn't need a cane at all. No, he doesn't. It's for his authority, right? He has to show that he is an authority figure. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I see the clue. Who is the prime suspect?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the dissolution? The timing? What's this?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
What item did he use to control the timing of it? It had to be this.
The water from the primordial sea should
What? Oh, this.
I remember there was something else.
Wait.
Now it
clicked
seems like
this.
the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick.
Oh yeah, look at that. Hypothesis correct, baby. Let's go. First try. I feel like I'm a detective.
Paimon's
Sherlock Holmes over here.
Plan. Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
Oh.
Actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
People are clapping for me.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Yes, you did
Humiliation.
for the dramatic show.
It seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cowl's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
No, you didn't.
What?
Stop lying. Who planted it there? God, that evil girl laugh.
Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Why would he have luggage here? What is... Alright.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea.
The plot thickens. He didn't do it, guys. Linny would never.
But upon his return, in
cruel avarice,
Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime.
My goodness.
Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out.
What is
and
this?
The tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon.
But he died on stage, though. She's about to say Linny put him in the box to make it seem like the thing fell on him.
Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
Alright, we have to
Am I
refute
right,
these claims.
Mr. Linny?
No, you're not.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
Yeah, yes we can.
Is this the end of the road?
No, it's not. Alright. Oh god.
Oh no. I can't think of anything either. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning.
No, Farina.
I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh yeah, Navia to the rescue.
Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please,
Do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again?
Oh my.
Such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance?
She's about to pop back
Come on,
up.
Lily and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
Oh yeah, Navia, come on.
And voila.
Is she about to just pop back out? There she is.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence.
Oh, she's the
I
accomplice.
was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin?
Ah!
I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed
I knew
Cal.
it! I knew she did it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living.
I knew she was the thief from earlier. I knew it.
I'd never been caught before.
I knew it. I knew she was that pickpocket at the docks.
But
You guys heard me say it,
I was
right?
at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was.
Nah, I didn't
thought he
hear
was
it.
on top
Oh,
of the show.
yes, you guys did.
So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard
I
arrived at
knew
the
it.
scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
I knew it.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's
Oh my gosh,
perspective.
I knew it so much. And I saw those boxes downstairs and I was like, oh man, what did they come investigate down here? They could be in a box somewhere. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so smart. Identify loopholes. Wait, hold on. What is this? Halsey dissolved. Can we even dispute that? Hold on. You probably threw so many scenarios that they all could have connected. Oh, rude. But I did think that there was some type of struggle when I saw that broken vase. I was like, this is clearly a sign of struggle. And then with the dress like down there too. Oh yeah, so she changed her own clothes. Oh.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
How do we know it wasn't you? Because I've been here the whole time. Except that one time I got up to get more water, right? Okay, in fighting between...
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann and Cowell.
FYI, I wasn't here during those parts of the story, so I wouldn't know, actually. Don't worry, it's alright, it's alright. But I did say, I did suspect something happened. I thought he just straight up attacked her when she came out. Or when she went down. But that's not quite what happened. Okay, let's see. Lenny, well, he didn't do that. So what would disprove that?
Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed.
Yeah.
And it's Ace Detective time on time!
Look, I knew. Oh, look, in the exact boxes I was thinking of.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard.
See, why didn't the investigators come down here? Like, this doesn't make sense.
Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily-Ann had not dissolved.
Ace Detective, yeah, that one.
He did not know that Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily-Ann.
That's why the water didn't work, because she's not from Fontaine. She's from Mondstadt.
The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Ann came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting
Ace
him
Attorney?
in the box.
Yeah, that's what this game, that's what this feels like right now. I'm playing Ace Attorney.
With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
I did think that the clothes were weird because they weren't ripped off. If it was a struggle, it wouldn't be so cleanly, like, taken off. Excuse me. Equal? That needs to come down on my side. Ace Ventura.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She must have been hungry.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Paimon didn't eat them.
All the events that happened in the tunnel have now come
I
to
love
light.
Detective Conan.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Yes, bravo. We're winning gamers.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended.
Aw,
As
she's
such,
embarrassed.
I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
Aw, she's like...
No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow. Look at that.
She's like a
She's
defeated...
like a deflated balloon now.
Aw.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events.
Oh yes, let him speak.
The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved.
But why are you
He
dissolving
also tampered
people?
with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If
But
all
she
had gone to
didn't
plan,
melt.
the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Yeah! Yeah! Wasn't that
While
fun?
there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Yes.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Yeah!
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate
Next,
just yet.
I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
She jumped back
I
quick.
suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Witness protection program.
I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience
He's making a drug. There was a quest like this.
And have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Uh-oh. He was talking too much.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Oh, look at those things. Whoa. Of course not. He's freaking water. What do you expect to find? He turned into some sea foam.
So, we're just going back now?
The problem seems to have been solved for now.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
So, who's trying to frame the Fatui?
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui, I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight.
Ostrich mechanic fix
approach you with any
analyzed
ulterior
car,
motives
yeah.
or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself.
Or a
just
trees
plain Linny this entire
mécanique
time.
de
As
analyse
for why I'm a
cardinal.
Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align
I don't
with
have that
those of an
whoa
orphan
whoa,
like me.
you know, that the French
That's
have.
all. That was how Father,
Or a
who
trees
you might know
mécanique.
as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The knave.
Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Hey, this is good time because Arlecchino's out.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
It depends. Are you buying
Back when our
food?
parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my
Aw.
surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever.
Aw, what a
Before
good
long,
brother.
an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days.
Yeah, now you're
But
trapped in like the
I
mob.
gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
Oh, so did she
That
wreck
doesn't
you?
seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
So did the knave save you from this?
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me.
No.
I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
Did he sell
The
her?
answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's
Wow,
wife
this
feel
took a
as
dark turn.
As far as outsiders are concerned,
The implications
this is
here
a
are not
relationship
good.
akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of
Villains!
I
Villains!
managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood.
Ah, so she
standing
rescued
there in
them.
the
Yeah,
darkness.
Arlecchino, you get him.
She'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans.
Yeah, she
She has
does her
gained
own thing.
permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and
See,
save Fontaine.
I knew Arlecchino was good in her twisted, crazy way.
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including
Bouffe
the knave,
d'été.
has their roots in Fontaine. And we will always defend our home.
Bouffe d'été.
To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
This has got to be like the most sane part of the Fatui, honestly. They're like part of the Fatui, but it doesn't seem like they really do. I don't know, they have a mind of their own. They're not mindless drones.
Bye, Linny.
I'm a noob to Genshin, so seeing the story take the turn shocked me. Crazy. Oh, I know. It's so good, though, isn't it? It's so good. Can I leave? Oh, yeah, that's right. There's 2 doors. I forgot. Oh, yeah.
Hey there.
Oh,
What
hey.
was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I'm tired.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah.
Aw, I disappointed my bae.
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Navi, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I disappointed you.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
I was having fun.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Yes,
To
we should.
commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
I won't help you,
Well,
says the
I'd just
person
like
who
to have a
stopped the
proper
vision hunt
ending to every
decree.
important
Right, yeah.
memory. That way there are no regrets later.
Beat a dragon.
Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Defend Liyue Harbor twice. Well, I mean, you say so.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating, count Paimon in.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
You know, freed, what's her name? Nahida, you know, helped all of Sumeru from mind control, basically, and brainwashing. But that's neither here nor there, guys. Alright. We have to prove ourselves to Farina for some reason. Okay, go to the Hotel de Bois, which is over here. Like the faint moonlight of yesteryear. Just as elements of the world count 7, so do days of the week. Alright. I don't think I've ever been in here, so let's go. The currency accepted worldwide in Teyvat, none dispute its value and status. Ooh, cutscene.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, it will be.
We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Why would I wait here? Let's go sit down. Whoa, look at that.
People in Fontaine sure know how to
Look at all that soup. Look at
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good,
Oh,
I'll
that
make a
is some
group reservation
delicious
for the rest
looking
of Spina
bread.
di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
Where's Silver? Where's Magnus?
Sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but
Fish and
we
chips.
treat it like a victory feast, right?
What is
We
that?
did just win that case after all.
Oh, true. Very true.
What is that?
In that case,
Looks like a heart
Boss,
attack.
We'll have another 2 dishes.
Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
No.
Well, we've certainly
cake?
taken a big step forward.
Cupcakes,
I feel
macaroons.
that's about it.
What is that,
I
bread?
know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us,
That teacup is huge. Look how big that is.
dissolved like that.
Right?
What
Yet
is
it was
that?
because
It's
this
fish
was such a
and
preposterous notion
fish and chips
that the
are still on the
investigation
table.
Could never really move forward before.
Oh, are you talking? I'm sorry.
If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a
Why is the
yawning
chair
chasm
so
as the trail of
big?
clues is cut off.
Yeah. I mean,
To
look
be
at that
honest,
cup. It's like a
I
bowl.
don't have high
It's
hopes
a
for
cup
any
bowl.
follow-up that the
You drink
authorities might
tea
conduct.
from that.
It's not that I don't have faith in their ability.
And
it's
look how
just that a different perspective
Why
is
is it still on
required
the
in some
table?
matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective.
Dog.
A shift in
Oh, I didn't
thinking
see
is
the dog.
required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those
Oh, I did.
highfalutin
Oh, I
folk
saw that
are
poodle.
not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To see
saw
into
a
the
poodle
cracks where
butt.
filth falls through, where their watch fails
Is that
them.
family friendly to
That's
say
the
that?
kind of
I think so.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
I look so tiny.
It's all right. Well,
He was
this
like right
supposed to be
there.
a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
Yeah, now she's not gonna want to talk to us because she's gonna be embarrassed.
So,
Upset we
your primary
embarrassed her
objective,
in front
which
of
has
her
been foiled
fans.
so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina.
Hold
I
on.
suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Oh, thanks for rubbing it in.
We've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
I need a new chair. The
Well,
cushion is not good at
Would
all.
you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
I knew she was
Guess
part of the
that's
mob.
Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well,
Let's see if that's
what did you have in mind?
for me.
Well,
one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really
It's a
hard.
happy mob.
All right, here's another.
Yeah.
Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
Yeah, I get cranky too if I don't get sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
When I'm trying to go to bed, like to sleep, if you bother me, I will be very unhappy.
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Would someone with her personality really feel shame?
Why don't we give it a try after this meal?
Look how giant that bottle is.
The iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, there's only
and
2
the cup
cups
was
on the
right
table.
next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine.
Yeah, why
We're
are there
just
only
about
2 cups
done
on the
here.
table? And why is there a cake there and there's no one sitting over there?
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If
We
we're
just-
all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
We're just used to drinking like, you know, drinking
We're stuffed.
spring water because we're
Thanks for the treat,
travelers.
Navia.
Yeah, everything else seems abnormally huge in the surroundings and background. I'm surprised we ate all that food. Well, I guess not, because Paimon likes to eat.
Full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
You could try floating a little lower.
Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Uh-oh, she's budgeting.
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Oh, look, we made our bae sad. Seems that was pretty tough for her.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh?
Yeah, it
Well,
romanticizes.
If you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority.
Oh, thank you.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
What was her dad, a pirate or something? Fido is a pirate, but good. Yeah. Alright, we're on Act 2 now, gamers. It only took us... Oh my god, it's 1:20 in the morning where I live. I started at maybe like 10. And Juan is a capitalist, but good. Yeah, and Ito, he's in like the Yakuza or something very similar to that. Holy crap, I'm not anywhere close. Well, I think it does kind of make things a little bit, you know, a little good. Because it's not quite as obvious to catch that Navia is like kind of from the mob, but then also not really if they don't have money. Hold on, let me go claim my expedition stuff. How do I get over there? Yeah. I have to come over here real fast. And... oh my god, how many acts are in this Archon Quest? I'm gonna be up all night. Well, if she's also struggling to afford a meal, then, you know, business is rough. Oh wait, I don't want to talk to you. 5 acts, you're still 1? No, I just finished 1. Arlecchino is a cold-blooded assassin, but also a doting father. Yeah, exactly. Hold on, I had to do this. Alright. We're Act 2. We're at Act 2 now. I need to come over here. It's a lot. Okay, well maybe I might not do the whole thing today. Maybe it'll be Act 1 and Act 2. Okay, alright. Go to the Fountain Plaza in front of the Opera House.
Skyward! Scatter!
The trial is what took a long time, okay? So this might be faster.
Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
I didn't take a boat.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh?
Is there something under...
Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Is there something under the fountain?
It's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Wasn't there something with the fountain here?
Why are you still walking towards it? Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, traveler! Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Oh. Whoa! Oceanid.
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
Is he that person I kill in Leeway?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know.
Oh, is this what the people turn back
memories
into?
Feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril.
She would have been angry if you did kill her in
Vache
Leeway.
would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much.
She's the thing I kill in Leeway, right?
We can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create
Yes
any
and no.
memories.
Bionicle
The
vibes.
thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me.
Girl, he probably already moved on.
That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters.
It's not just one
losing
Oceanid.
consciousness.
Yeah, this is probably what
Vache
the
above the
Fontanians were before they were on
His eyes
land.
were filled with such sorrow, such longing.
So whoever is turning Fontaine people back into these
Told
things
him that I did not
is
suffer.
probably some underwater person.
I had felt. Is that what you call it? Dissolving. If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want. And I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Okay. I probably won't, but alright. Oh no, what's happening? What is this? What is the Mika? How did this happen? This escalated so quickly. Yeah. Look at our bay go. Shoot him! Shoot him! Why does she have that weapon?
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
What? What is she doing? Florian? Is she attacking them? Oh, she is. Okay. What weapon did they give her?
Quick, now's our chance!
Is that an iron sting? Oh, look how fun she looks. Those empty eyes.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand.
Clorand.
But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Aww.
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
So
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
She sounds like a robot.
What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
Yeah,
Your
we could
performance
almost assume
tonight
that.
will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me.
She wielding that iron sting like a Jedi. Right?
I thought only those associated with the Maison Guardian
Both their
could
weapons are
control
from the
them.
Forge. I know.
None of
What's
these
like
mecha have
sandwich?
serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
Thank you,
I will
Clorand.
continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Let's see, Mikasa out here.
I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle,
Can't wait to see
I
her signature
believe
weapon.
that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Wow, I didn't do jack doodly, did I? What just happened?
Thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for!
Look at these people just chilling out here. Not shocked at all.
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, so you're a fighter now, Paimon.
Come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty?
Also, was trying to
color of
poison
the drink,
her.
if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh, and it didn't affect us because we're not from Fontaine.
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
That's fine, you don't have to do that.
Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Of course we are.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Yeah, we could communicate.
It can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
A person named Vachier was a witness when she was dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
Both of those details were important. Uh-oh. Her weapon is a purple...
Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately.
Unless it was her boyfriend who did it.
He was at least at the crime scene.
It's always the
But he never
significant
gave
other.
testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Of course.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
That's right.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
Oh, look, she's my friend now.
You talk too much.
Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you.
Oh, thank you, Navia.
We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners.
Yes.
But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
That's alright, I like
Don't
taking
worry,
it
you
slow
two.
too.
With us around, our base is definitely secure.
I just love him so much. I love his look. Alright, go to Spina di blah 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 stronghold. 800 meters! Oh, well, good thing I can just teleport. Her crit has main crit rate and increases crit damage. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's down here. Wait, yeah. I want pizza.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus
His
far.
voice is perfect.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Whoa, where'd you come from? Don't follow me now. Go to the arranged rooms. What the ham sandwich is this? What is this, some secret underground tunnel? Sewer? Oh, I'm about to die. I'm not a... I think it has the Bond of Life effect too. I think all characters from Fontaine have that Bond of Life effect somehow or something. What did that say? Oh yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay. Wait, hold on. I want to steal your book. Thanks. Alright, she doesn't have any more books for me to steal. Oh, here we go.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Paimon, you're being
Your
rude.
accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Oh.
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand.
Aww.
My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial.
I bet Chlorine
He
killed
died in
him.
the duelist ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it...
You think his murder was
that even
staged?
after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why
I'm
he
calling
did
it right now. Her dad's not really
How
dead.
could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, So that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you?
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances.
I like how they have their little hat ornaments that match her outfit.
If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
I like how we're talking about this in the open.
Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Yes.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's
I knew it. I called that.
Duel
I called that.
Was Ms. Clorand.
Florian.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
True.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
We understand, Navia.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then he intended to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
It's a setup. He didn't really die.
Papa, what madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two...
Yeah! Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Whoever chose him as a voice actor was genius. I love it. Alright, we need to go rest in my room. A peaceful night passes under the Spina de... or whatever.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two
There's
go?
Navia.
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de
Poisson.
Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
I'm gonna go get some
Paimon
pizza.
gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vacher.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence.
it doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Fauché person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Ocean that you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Oh, Navia.
Aren't you coming along, Navia?
Our poor babe Navia is so sad.
No, it's nothing.
Let's go see
the Honorable Chief Justice.
I'm gonna use these headphones. These ones are hurting my ears. Okay, what's next? The truth. Ham sandwich. Alright, okay, we have to go see our babe. He's so poised and refined. He's so out of my league. But it's alright. Get me out of this place. I don't want to be here. We're just gonna teleport. This is just plain.
Is right up ahead. Come on.
This is just cheese pizza. Have I been in here? I don't think so. It's like a train station in here. Why does it look like this?
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
Yep.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Jimmy Neutron, yeah, brain blast. Go to the Chief Justice's office. You can barely see that little thing. Look at that.
Please come in.
Oh, whoa, look at my man. This is kind of intimidating looking, don't you think? Our eminence, his eminent power. So regal and refined. Alright, and I'm eating cheese pizza.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
What is with the time?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
Don't you have birth
There
records?
are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Do we have birth
take our
records we
leave
can
now.
go through?
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
Aww.
Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
He's so nice.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Well, I'm mad.
Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words.
Look
You
at his
only said those
boots.
things because you felt like you should.
Aww.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all?
I mean, he chose the
Everything
duel.
was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything.
He can't do
There are
that.
still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
It's a little uncalled for. But, you know, sometimes people just have to let it out. Aww.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials
Aww, Neuvillette is
strange.
Now
So
that
I
think
already
of it,
know.
On the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Hydro Dragon is crying.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before.
We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really
To be
think
fair,
I
they make
found
it
a
kind of
true
obvious,
genius
yeah.
for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
I'm going with you now.
Great.
To be fair, they do make it obvious that he's the Hydro Dragon. Unfortunately, someone kind of already told me and spoiled it. But, you know, here we are. Alright, go to that place. Dang. Yeah, I know. Wasn't me. It's okay, it's okay. Whoa, 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 that was crazy looking. I have to investigate. Guys, how many cabbages do you think I have? I have to have like 100 cabbages.
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common.
Occasionally.
A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past.
Oh yeah, so the ship wheels on her dress make sense now.
But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Wasn't me. Is that a song? Let's see.
Yeah. Scatter.
Talk to Malus on the ship. Hold on, let's see how many cabbages I have. I think that's an important question we need to answer. Where is it? Here? Yeah, it would be here, right? 175 cabbages. 230 radishes. 271 carrots. To be fair, I'd have a lot of these, but I turned them all into yellow dye. That's a lot of cabbage. Out here eating, I gotta eat like a rabbit.
Malus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
Poisson!
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Malus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Lenny's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
A drug, okay.
Wait, didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mentioned that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions.
Just
and if
like
you were to stop drinking it
drugs.
completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia
Withdrawals?
and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance.
Or describing
As
drugs.
he oversaw Puissant, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning.
Organized crime.
So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation.
I'm curious as to who this mastermind could
Recognizing
be.
that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got...
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
You'll never
Jacques
get the
was
full
an
truth.
empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth.
But
On
he
that
got
note,
dissolved.
however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew?
Because he knew they would come after
Managed to
you.
protect anything in the end?
Yeah.
Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims.
Why
and
is it
for
only
myself.
girls, too?
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more
Why
importantly,
is it only
demoiselle,
girls? Are they like some
you're also ready
offering
to
to some male Caesar?
You do know something else, Malus.
His voice is
Yes, I do.
rugged. He's seen
In
them
fact,
some
even
things.
before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he
Listen to
had
this piano music.
no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it.
Except
He
now,
never
because they
appeared to look
poisoned that
sick to
drink.
me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss.
It's actually very common for
To
parents,
him,
I think,
dying in a duel
to hide
and
illness
suffering
from
lasting
their children.
dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword.
A gun.
If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
Is it this underground,
Threatening
underwater
the
place?
enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization.
Millis, you don't
that's been in
understand how
operation
many
for decades.
dangerous and mysterious things I've fought in my travels.
We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
I'm the
But also open
traveler.
ourselves up to full retaliation.
Couldn't they just move after they thought they had enough evidence?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have
After the peep. I see what you're saying.
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things
Maybe?
are different now.
It
It should
depends.
be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt.
It might not be that.
connected synth with a
It
disappearances
might not
case.
be that easy for them to relocate if they make
I am the
the
butler,
spin
after all.
at the same
I live
place
but
they
to
get the
serve the boss and
primordial
demoiselle's
seawater.
I've always
Like,
been
if that's
willing to
the
take on
area
any kind
of the
of
source
risk
of the
for your
primordial
sake.
seawater,
But considering my
then
relative lack
moving
of
their base would
ability,
be hard.
I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations. And
Wait, couldn't they just move
waiting
after they thought they
the right
had
time to
evidence?
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be familiar with Spina di Rosula.
It better not
At
be
least
silver.
have an informant planted here.
It better not be silver.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people.
Silver better not
The
be on that
first
list.
is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well.
You think it's Melis?
Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What is this confrère?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final
And
suspect
not really,
is
because
Thierry,
then
the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly.
Yes, they also
To
couldn't
think
find
that the
another spot
enemy
full
we've
of
been
primordial
fighting
seed.
against
Exactly,
has been
right?
next to me all along.
I don't
among
imagine it's
those
that
I
easy to
trust the
find.
most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Oh no, we're gonna have another detective thing coming up, aren't we? Oh my goodness. Visit the Jacques family.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
What the heck is that? What is that? Oh my god, that looks disgusting.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh, she's grumpy.
Oh,
Elementary, my dear Paimon.
Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
Oh, thank you.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Shush.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Yeah, you know,
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally.
Is this Walter White?
For the
Someone
longest
mentioned
time, he
Walter
thought
White
Mora
earlier.
was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
Oh, I've been down there.
Out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to.
He knew it was going to be the end.
Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
What a reasonable lady.
Why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing?
God, look at that. Ugh.
Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah. Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Well, let's not get carried
And you
away.
should
He did
hold on
sell
to that.
drugs.
If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons.
To support his
Regardless
family.
of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear
All right,
this.
come on.
Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
Oh, thank you, Coralie.
You really think so? That's the first time
Oh, is she
anyone
blushing?
said that to me.
My papa was the best drug pusher in the world. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I see the evidence. Talk to Florent.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's
do I
investigate
go?
the 3 suspects.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Sorry. Where? There he is. Okay.
Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Alright, we gotta figure out who we think it is.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
It's guilty. Look
I'm
at that
sure you've heard
mustache
about what
and
happened at
beard.
the Opera House? Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. and it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus
This
was
sounds like
feeling
my voice
pretty
acting.
upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running
What
to the
if
scene.
the gun
But
had
according to
the
guard,
what if they
that
were
doesn't
water
mean he couldn't have
pellets?
had other guns on his person. About the clothes
Jacques
left at the scene that you
brought the
mentioned.
gun with the
Do you
water
think there was a
pellets.
third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys?
Yes!
But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel.
Because he was going to
Did he
die
lose all
anyways.
faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss.
Alright, I don't
and
think
if
it
I
was
may
him.
just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented.
Okay, I don't think it was him.
Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Okay. Information, thank you. Go talk to Court. 900 meters. Well, we're just gonna come over here and teleport. We're not gonna walk all the way over there. Hold on. I feel like y'all didn't see this. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. I feel like I'm too close. Oh, I got some achievements. Needs to be a claim all button. Oh, I love this smooth jazz. It's so good. Alright. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Where am I going? Oh, you're right there.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Thanks.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that?
Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
Dang, throwing all the shade.
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
It's him.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you, hypothetically, wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do was get rid of the serial
straight to
numbers
the
and
point.
send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
I don't know. I think he's the most... You're still the most suspicious as the informant. What do you guys think? Uh-oh, uh-oh. I almost fell to my death. I feel like I'm in Howl's Moving Castle right now. How do I... Look at that! Contact Marsal. Oh, right there. Perfect.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes,
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
Thank you.
To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
That's cool looking.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
Uh-oh.
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
He seems the most suspicious, doesn't he, gamers?
The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Not he good. Okay. Go over the clues with Navia. Oh my god. I mispronounced her name, guys. Please don't get mad, Genshin fans. I'm so sorry. Genshin gods. I didn't mean to. Why did she get upstairs so fast? You think there's a treasure chest up there? No. Thank you guys so much for being with me. I mean, goodness gracious, it's 2:34 a.m. where I live. I've been streaming for 5 hours.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Your punishment is to pull for her next. Okay, I will. I kind of want to anyways.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Being fun seeing your reactions. It's been very intense, very engaging quest.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day.
Whoever the spy is, killed
I had to guess,
Jacques.
He probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
4.8, she is likely to rerun with Risley and Shanyun. Well, I already have Shanyun, so. I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Right.
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides, Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well.
It's your uncle.
It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after
He
the
has
secret
all
of
the money.
primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three
Al
suspects
Haytham?
would have the
You're
ability to
lying.
control
Al Haytham
privately
is not
owned
coming out.
Gardamex?
But who among the three suspects to control privately owned?
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques.
Guys,
And
you want to
with
hear
funds from
something
the
sad?
Conferee, he could also afford
Al
a large
Haytham and
number of
I,
Gardamex.
according to our
Still
zodiac
really hard
signs,
for me
we
to
are not
imagine, though.
compatible.
After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child.
It's a little depressing.
Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and
But to
energy
be fair,
fight his own synth business?
I don't think his description, his zodiac sign description, matches his personality. Just saying. Okay, hold on. I missed everything that she said. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight? Shoot. Well, he's one of these.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use.
I doubt his sign matches Kave's.
He didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques.
He said that
Espina di
his
Rosola's advice,
her dad
work
left the
mostly
gun
deals
on the
with
table, so
personnel and
maybe
security.
he picked it up.
So he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
I think. Alright. Kaveh. Poor Kaveh. I think, according to the charts, Kaveh and I are like meh. We're like okay matches. But you want to know who's a real good match for me? Kaidaharu Kazuha. Just saying. Just saying. I think he's a Scorpio. I think that's right. But anyways, that's not really important, you know. It's not real. But, so, what am I supposed to do? Maple Boy, yes. Okay. Oh no, I'm missing some information. Oh, irrelevant. Okay. So, what am I trying to figure out? I'm clearly missing information, so I feel like it doesn't matter what I say. I think it's you.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Child!
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
It was him all along?
I understand.
No, it wasn't him.
Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
It's this guy right here, Theory.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention
Oh yeah,
will
let's
be
just
focused
say
on
this in front of a
Irenaeus,
suspect.
leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Is it Marcel, guys? I'm about to accuse an innocent man.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
I love him so much.
Malus, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Tartag.
Thank you so much.
Is it actually him?
Let's make
Are
haste for
y'all
Irenaeus.
messing with me?
Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
It's not Silver. Stop with your slander. He would never.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater.
Man, is this game gonna make me actually like
find the
swim? Disgusting. Tee. Tee. You know what I think is interesting, guys? That this guy, since I know he's the Hydra Dragon, you know, there's a voice line he says that he loves all of Fontaine's creatures. But he has to kill them to level up. Is that the entrance? No way.
Finally found it. Huh.
Nouvellette
So
wouldn't
this
like
is
you
the
saying
entrance
that.
leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Oh, about the swimming. Opera Epiclese. Oh my god, what if I accuse the wrong guy? No, it's definitely
It would
him.
appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Oh, Farina.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Right, Child's like, I just got here.
To do with him. You've got the wrong man.
He's like, I just got here.
What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
Doubtful. Shush.
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Yeah, they
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness.
If Child isn't guilty, I'm
But that was an exception rather
almost
than
spilled my drink.
standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
You won't.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics?
Oh.
We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name.
Hey,
How
back off.
fascinating.
She's not
Well,
interested.
I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
What evidence do they even have? Like, there's no way.
Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
Oh my god, I'm charging the wrong person.
That person is...
That's alright. The game won't let me fail. It's fine.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's
See, I don't
sister
think it's
organization?
him.
Be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me
Because
remind you, Miss Navia,
how
that
could they-
charging someone is an incredibly serious matter.
Okay, hold on. I'm
Committing
pausing.
to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it.
Here's why I'm not 100% convinced it was him. Because Child is being randomly accused before I ever spoke to my uncle. So I feel like it has to be really one of the first two people because I was able to talk to them, and so whatever the connection is, probably most likely the police officer was able to just randomly charge Child and put him here in this court as a distraction. Anyways.
And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
I know, it's so complicated. But honestly, it's one of those things where in the game it doesn't really matter.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Yeah.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big
old
picture
card.
yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Details.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
He remembers? The incident of Callus
On the day of the
Unfaithful.
murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières.
That was a setup. Oh, I had to click the button.
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound.
There
the
he
guards'
is.
investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel,
Clarand?
and soon succumbed to the injuries.
Okay.
These are the known facts about the case.
Alrighty.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him.
Fake news.
The true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course,
This is
the
just a
guard's
distraction.
conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Oh my god, it's me against him. That's true.
Some...
I think it starts here. Oh my god, I'm dead. Wait. During Callus. Oh wait, what is this? Ah, here we go.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin.
Oh, that's her dad right there? He looks like a badass right. Okay, identify loopholes. That's where I think. Oh. I guess that doesn't go there. What's the story for this? When the guests arrived. A third person on the scene?
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Is that this?
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Successful reputation.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
True.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you
Whoa!
don't have evidence, you should just go home.
I may not have
order in the
evidence
court.
with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Yeah, my man.
She's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Yeah.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
How is he going to
Thought about
explain
this
it?
too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more
It's not a
important to
regular
him.
court, it's a
The
performance
dissolved
show, so
power
audience
of
can
water
react.
From the primordial
And
sea
it would be fine
is an
if people
important
didn't
secret for the
die
true
as a
culprit
result
the serial
of this.
disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist.
Dang.
By staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to
Teen
become
Titans,
Spina di
hello,
Rosula's
welcome.
president, which made me harder to
Fontaine
target,
is just a huge
as well as
performance
giving me more
show. It
time
really
to grow
is.
and learn. And
How are
once
you?
I
I'm
have
pretty
figured out the
good.
truth
I'm
and
really.
stepped up to the
I'm
challenge,
getting sleepy
I will
though. I
do
don't
what
think I'm
this
gonna make it.
opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and
Whoa.
honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
Called out.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake.
Fontaine
But
equals
since he entrusted
emotional
his will to you,
damage.
Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted.
She's like
Just
a
one
puppet.
look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
You're a
I
soldier
concur.
staying up this long.
However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Approving
Wait,
audience member.
Weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Astonished.
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
Oh, maybe I did
So
get the
that's
wrong
why
person.
You suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child.
Oh, he looks
Navia.
grumpy.
It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't
I
try to
love
refute
that
your
guy.
points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list.
We're biased.
Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived
Oh,
when I
there's a
received
connection
Callus's
to
patronage.
Snezhnaya.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, Demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious.
Oh my god.
Instead of dwelling
Oh my
only on
god,
your
the
own
doubt
feelings.
is strong right now.
Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth.
Gatekeep, gaslight,
While that same
grandpa.
agency has long been taken from them.
He's a triple G.
The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Wait a minute.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did he steal someone's identity? What? Oh, okay, hold on. We gotta get through this because I need to get back to that trial. I'm a Fontainian right now. Like, oh Jesus, what just happened? Nah, she's stalling. What is this? Door? Oh, is it part? No, this is good. Whoa, what is that? It's a spider. No, it's... Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, hey, that's part of the event. Start. What is this?
Whoa! The floor is going up!
Whoa, what is that?
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
What is that? That's crazy. Am I about to get attacked? Oh, it's right here. Hold on, I have to see if there's treasure or anything over here. You know how the developers like to hide stuff. Alright, there's nothing over here. Oh, that's a lovely picture, huh? Door of Resurrection.
Thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way.
Paimon.
Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
What is this? Oh, I need a bomb. Give me that bomb. I love that you have Nouvelette for this new clone cannon. Yeah. Okay, well, what was the point of coming in here? Oh, maybe come up here? Okay.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Oh, thanks, Paimon. It's just looking for treasure, guys. Whoa! That's a Zora jump right there. Oh man, there's some bad boys.
The tides beckon.
blasted.
Wind Strider.
Look at this. These things thought that they stood a chance. Can you believe that? Oh. It is kind of cool looking in here. Whoa. You wanna know what the crazy thing is? I'm so tired, but I didn't take a nap today. I mean, I'm not tired.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Oh wait, why would I come this way? Oh yeah. I'm not tired and I didn't take a nap. Okay, we're here now. I guess I just fall. Am I in an aquarium or something? How did I know it was treasure? What is this, like, ancient civilization cult going on? I mean, look at this. This is crazy looking. I'm gonna do this.
As one with wind and cloud.
Silence!
You really think you can
Be
hit me?
sanctified.
Oh, you summoned more minions, did you? 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea vibes? Yeah, this is like Atlantis right here. What's that? One? How many statues? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, huh? You know what's interesting? Not that I'm like a theorist or anything, but it looks like they have halos or crowns around them. Like T. Interesting. Where am I on the map? I'm in darkness. Oh, cutscene.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
There's a name, too.
Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They probably belong to the victim.
You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names.
I am not happy. The missing person's possessions. Okay, let's see what we got right here.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
This must be water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
That is so cool how it looks, though. Yeah, they can't move their base. I mean, where else are you gonna find primordial seawater?
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes the... Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it.
Yeah, we knew that.
This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely.
Of course.
I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so evil.
Okay. So, but you're not really telling me anything like that we didn't know. You know what I mean? Give me something I can work with here. Okay. Examine bottles. This is all synth or primordial seawater.
Whoa. There's so much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
This has to be one of the business. Well, it could still be the police.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth?
Of course.
Yep, it's...
Oh, oops. Okay. I don't need to examine bottles. Please tell me something I can work with.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea.
Oh.
Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Oh my goodness. Aww. It's alright,
Sorry,
Paimon.
Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. But did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
He's the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Was it an accident? Now he's trying to bring her back?
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on.
If this is the case, the old man still seems to fit the best description because now it's a time issue. No one else is that old.
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Look for clues related to Shay. I do? Go in the primordial seat? No. It's this.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Ugh, nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
How did he get their belongings?
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see.
Journal.
Venier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then, aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
No, it's not their son. No way.
So many. A whole page's worth. But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old.
Angel, tell me right now.
Going on for so long that he's Vache and Venier's grown.
Would this dialogue be the same, or would it be? Would that name had been someone else if I had accused someone else? Angel, tell me now. If I have accused from it, would it have been his name in there?
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
I chose what you chose. So we don't know. Prime, have you done this? Who else is in here?
Image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
You did not choose child.
As expected of my partner.
No
I
comment.
just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this
I'm
court?
sorry. I'm
It's
sorry,
all
Your
right,
Honor.
Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
I have to know right now. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I have to know. What is it? Archon Quest. Accuse Marcel. I guess it would. I just want to know if it would change my answer. You know, like, if I had picked theory, would it have been theory in that notebook? I don't think so, but it could have been. All right. Which evidence reveals the true? Let me look it up. Yeah, you look it up.
The truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you.
I'm pretty sure it's not that deep. I was going along with the joke. I'm just curious if the game is, like, I don't know, advanced that enough.
How we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
Like, because sometimes you can't get it wrong, so I want to know if this is that scenario where you can't get it
Our
wrong.
determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my
That'd be
pain?
cool, though.
Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignere's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignere is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved, no matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back?
You could just move on.
I did all of that,
you know?
And in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. I promise. We made a promise. Vignere. Vignere. Please, Vignere. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
To review and compile all the evidence.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method.
Yeah, I always
However,
wondered
his attempt to
who
frame Linny failed,
messed
and the
with the
power
rope.
of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
Apparently, it'll decline the other two because Marcella's the only one who can afford the Mika.
The Oratrice will now
See, that's
deliver
what I
the
mean.
final
Like, the
verdict
game won't
regarding
let
the
you get it
charges
wrong.
against Mr. Vacher.
It's so interesting because when Nioulet describes and summarizes the case, like, how could you reach any other conclusion?
Cardinal, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Don't.
Guards, take Vacher away.
Vacher away. Sachet.
What he deserves.
Sachet.
That
Vacher
serial
away.
disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
It's always those people.
Bring the bad guy to justice!
I think, who was it?
So many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves.
How are you enjoying the Fontaine story
Are
for
you
her?
okay?
I really like the case interaction, investigation piece. That's really cool. She did it.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
You didn't get
Since
to your
it's
fight,
been such
though.
a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
So he has to be found not
come
guilty.
on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
It's for
Please
the
respect
for the
laws of
record.
Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
It's for the record, child.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Watch him be
Through
found
evidence
guilty.
presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case.
Or does
The
he?
guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final
Oratrice
verdict on the
Mécanique
charges.
d'Analyse Cardinal. I did it. I did it, guys. Child is so cute.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal,
Oratrice
Mr. Tartaglia
Mécanique
is
d'Analyse.
guilty.
He's guilty. Oh, I knew it. I called it.
Hey! That's not funny. Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever
the
heard
scandal.
of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of,
She's not
it shouldn't
impressed.
affect
The
verdict in
Traveler
this
has
case,
been not
right?
unimpressed this whole time in Fontaine. What's going on here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict.
Oratrice
Please
Mécanique
take the suspect into
d'Analyse
custody per
Cardinal.
court protocol.
I told you. It's not... Uh-oh. Oh, he's about to fight.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Oh, okay. Anime fight. Let's go. Are we turning into a Gundam? What are we doing?
Activating his spell legacy!
What are we, a Power Ranger? I'm surprised he's not. Oh
sorry.
yeah, here we go.
If
Here we
you
go.
have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Stomp on him again. He's got a scratch on his face. How could they do that to him?
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice doesn't know, we have no choice but to ask the Archon herself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it!
Grumpy.
I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Verena mean by that?
She's projecting. Folded him like an omelet, I know.
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
No.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
Oh, Farina's getting called out.
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement,
Supposed shock.
was part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement.
It's still impressive he got cut. Yeah, he folded him like an omelet.
There is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the
Novelette just stomped him and he went down. Like he did not stand a chance.
Never render an arbitrary judgment.
Right.
If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's
the North
done,
Bank could have been
not
funding
to mention the dangers
Marcel.
he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict.
Oh, there's the crazy girl laugh. There it is.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
put much stock into what she just said?
Of course not.
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Way to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as
Look
I
at him,
promised.
so
The judgment
diligent.
has been incorrect. We will do our utmost to clear his name.
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now.
I mean, he did get stomped pretty hard. I'd feel pretty bad too.
He's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Alright. When all return to whatever that said. Child is the 11th without a vision, mid-transformation and face. Oh, yeah. I mean, even outside of the outside of the quest, he's like he's one of the strongest characters in the game. I melt people with him. I play him and I say to myself, how do I play?
Quick, stop him!
Like, how does anyone play without this guy?
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the
Stab
list.
him! You have a sword.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just
there
let
he
me
is.
ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been
I met
convicted.
her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please, please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think
You're
serial
right,
killers
Esmond.
get to make requests like that?
That's right. He's technically a serial killer.
Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
But we did just see him stomp somebody.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
He's definitely not getting away with this guy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What a coincidence. Bring Marcel to the Fountain Plaza. Okay, we have to be close to the end of Act 2, right? Right, guys? Yeah, he was just jumping. He was he was just a little hop. Oh, conveniently, it's right here.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then, I drank water from the primordial sea.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache.
Oh, he hears it.
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vignier!
Vache, why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
Dang. She knows what he did.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
What?
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself.
What is happening?
If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
What?
You... Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices.
Ooh.
Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea.
Dang.
I'm
so it's like...
I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you.
Because she knows what you did.
This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became?
Wow.
I...
Yeah, I'm kind of glad we didn't just gloss over that he killed like 20-something people.
Murderer and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
They must have wanted me to lure Marcel here from the very beginning.
Yeah, she can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
Now he's gonna die pitiful. I mean, even more
don't
pitiful.
Understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore.
That makes sense.
But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Oh my goodness gracious. This is giving me chills. What is... that was creepy. He lost his soul. Well, that was a thing. Well, I'm glad it was worth his life, like he said. So, because like they ate his soul.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping.
In the rain.
Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
We're all standing in the
Even
rain.
this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
I love his voice.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father.
Aww.
We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't
Just
give
look
up on
at
the
him.
case
Yeah,
all
I
those
saw
years
him
ago.
going like this. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah.
Of course.
Way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose.
That's a good title.
To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
But why wasn't she at the
Anyway,
courthouse?
I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Oh, thank you.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Clarand.
Are you two?
While
sorry.
you were investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
When you get a chance, go back to the fountain and
pay a
turn
visit to
off
my
music
father's
and
grave
sound effects.
and
Alright.
tell him the truth of what happened. As well, and on top of that, just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been
Is there
such a
going to be
positive
weird
ending.
noises coming from the fountain
In
now?
that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Alright. Yeah, it's gonna take me there. Once I finish Act 2, I'm going to bed. Oh, thank you guys again for being here with me this whole time. If you're lurking, thanks for lurking.
To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already.
Is it?
That figure.
Clorinda?
It can't be.
Oh, is it Nouvellette? Yeah.
Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
Thank you guys.
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
In that case, no apology for you.
Could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head.
Oh, snap.
Just what is justice anyway?
He's having an identity crisis.
There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Look at this moment that we're
Didn't I
having.
just say you don't need to apologize.
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Oh, yeah, he did for sure. Oh, there he is.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly.
She could walk.
No.
Does she even have the muscle strength in her legs to walk?
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Alright. Let's go talk to myself! It's me! We're looking at each other. Oh yeah, you checking yourself out, huh? Alright, let me change my character to make this less weird.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy.
As
So
the
we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today.
War dump time, folks.
Most of Teyvat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer... What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Hold on, guys.
But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Okay, let's get back to the... So we learned about the primordial seawater.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lenny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Go to the
Two
archive.
parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously.
Yeah, because what
Indeed,
happens to her if
she
she
has been
drinks the
collecting
water?
information and intelligence from across Teyvat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I kind of have to, don't I?
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
Oh, yeah.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
In that case.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness.
AI.
Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored.
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate.
He's so diligent.
In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama.
He is not impressed
While we
with
do
her.
intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Very well. It was my honor
I have
to
to
provide you with
go
what
through
answers I
every
could.
option before I
very
can
much
select.
enjoyed conversing
I don't
with
want to
you.
talk to you anymore.
It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
Don't you get tired?
You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Okay, we see the Sunic. Yes. Yes. I finished Act 2! Act 2!
You know, we've been walking around for a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base in the court of Fontaine and have a rest?
Look at all these quests just popping up.
A place ready for us there, didn't she? Come on, let's go!
His energy drink and caffeine is water from different parts of the world. Yeah, those are some of his voice lines where he's describing them. Hold on, let me check my questy. Let's check the questy westies. Oh my god, I still have to do part 3. Oh my god, I can't. Why is this taking so long? This took me way longer than I thought. I thought I would be done by now. Oh yeah, this is the quest I started doing at first, actually, and it was an accident. GG, sleep, yeah. We're gonna have a, I'm staying up to finish this this Archon Quest line part 2 tomorrow. Well, maybe not tomorrow. Whatever day. But I will do it. I have one final thing to do, gamers. And that is to see if I can make some wishes. Oh my god, this is crazy long. I was like, oh, 6 hours, 7 hours, I can do that. But there's more. But wait, there's more. I'm gonna make a wish. I could only buy one, which is just enough. Y'all ready? What's your pity? 3, 4, 5 is even longer. Oh my freaking god. Save or I'll hate them. Nah. Ow. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm at like 50 something, I think. Nah, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep. Sorry, I had a boo-boo. Alright, let's just wish. See what happens. Garbage. 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 Wow, the Genshin gods really hate me. Okay. Yeah, the Genshin gods are not smiling upon me. Alright, hold on. Let me do something with that real quick. This is the best I can do with this. Put that in there. That's it. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. So disappointing. Look at that. That's a nice cup. Oh, that's a nice cup. Alright. It's my bedtime. Alright. Big sleepies here. Thanks so much for joining me, guys. I appreciate it. And I will see you next time. Bye!